Hello everyone, welcome here. Today, we are going to play some Valheim. Continue working on our modest little plains base. Okay. Oh yeah, I was going to turn off the Pathfinder debug stuff. Oh well, not worth doing it now. Everything's repaired. Alright. Looks like the onions are ready to be replanted, so I should probably do that. Let's grab some seeds real quick. Let's see. I wonder how many we have planted here. Okay, we have 29 seeds left out of 100. So there's more here than I thought there were. Okay. Let's go put these onions away. Hello, survey. That should be enough onions to last a good long while. And we still have a ton more seeds in there, so we're good on that front. Store this honey, and then it's off to the plains to continue work. Actually, no, wait. We were going to start moving metal, that's right. Okay. Do I drag a cart over here so I don't have to carry it a little bit at a time? I think I do. Alright. I want 4 stacks of iron, which is a lot of iron, by the way, but we're going to want to move all of our metals there eventually anyway. Then we'll take some copper. And I think that'll be the first carve load. I need to leave some shit behind. Okay, I guess it's underweight. We'll come back and pick up those meads later. I think this is all the metal we're going to take with us. I was debating bringing more copper, but we can sail back here if we have to. Let's see if I can reach inside it from the other side. It might be parked exactly far enough away from the edge on both sides, but I can't reach. That's annoying. Okay, car is loaded. We'll sail back to Port Wedenaro and load up the ship. Wrong way. I have only the most skilled with skill issues. Apparently there's a high spot right there. I could go fix it. I don't feel like it. Okay, anyway, we're out into the actual channel now. Or, you know, the channel out of here anyway. Listen here, Mr. Neck. I think we'll be able to sail at least part of the way there. They probably won't when we hit this next turn, but... No, we're still got wind here. Okay, cool. Barely. We almost hit that rock, but... Alright, the wind's going to be a problem once we get the actual ship out to sea a little ways. But it should help us out of port. At least a little bit. didn't want to hit it quite that much, but let's grab the iron out, put it in the hold. I'm going to leave the black metal in here. Let's move the carve over to their side. Or at least away from the longship. All right. Let's load up and get out of here. Alright, there we go. That was a very smoothly executed not sure what I'd want to call it. Exit from dock. I got everything perfectly correct, basically. I'm not sure why he decided to swim into me, but that neck just necked himself. And we are straight into the wind as soon as we exit into the bay. Yay! Let's go. Alright. Well, hopefully the wind turns, because we need to head right over there, which is straight into the wind. You could not get straighter into the wind if you tried. Well, I guess that is straight into the wind, but it's going to take a while to sail there. On wind. We do have motor power, but I want to save that for now, because the wind swings around on us soon. Then it'll have been wasted if we use motor. So I kind of want to save it for if the wind swings badly. Then I can use it right after the wind swing, and it'll hopefully be less wasted, if that makes sense. I'm not sure exactly what the rules are for when and how the wind changes. If it changes periodically, then using motor right after a wind change would mean... Okay, the wind is swinging around that way a little bit. It's still not helpful. It might be helpful when we get down to here. The wind might be okay. This is a relatively short haul section. We only have to get here before we turn. So I'm just gonna ride it out. We'll row. Oh. Wind is slowly swinging around. The problem is it's swinging around in a way that's going to be bad for us when we make this turn down here. So we might end up using motor once we make the turn. Oh well. Okay, what kind of angle do I want to hit here? I think we're going to be straight into the wind, so I think so yeah. So I'm pretty sure I'm going to want to hit motor here. And then when we get out to here, we can turn south and farther down, I think. That looks about right. So about 3 minutes of motor power. We should get over to here before that runs out. Assuming wind strength keeps up. I wish you could tell what the actual wind is, even while you have motor up. So I could know if I want to try to cut as low as I can, or if I want to cut as high as I can to be prepared to catch the wind when I come out of it. Like preemptively tack a little bit. Or if that would do any good at all. About a minute and a half of motor left. And we might get to about here before it cuts out, if I had to guess. No, I haven't seen any sea serpents in a while. Oh well. "30 seconds left. Hopefully the wind is still favorable. I'm not sure if the wave direction is influenced by the wind direction in Valheim or not. It should be, because high winds are one of the things that cause waves. But who knows? In any case, it looks like the wind direction is pretty good for us right now. Turn a little more south here, keep in the middle of the channel. Not terribly far away now. I kind of hope this storm keeps up all the way to Port Skeeter, because I want to see what the port facilities are like during a storm. Because it might turn out that the channel's unusable during a storm or something because of the wave action. And I would like to know that as soon as possible. Anyway, we're nearly there. Okay, Port Skeeter is just ahead. Over there, through the storm, so you can't actually see it, is the entranceway to the inland lake. Port Skeeter itself is pretty much dead ahead. And it's not storming on the plains, so we don't get to find out what the channel is like during a storm. Boo. On the plus side, we do get some clues of what it'll be like to dock using this place, and it'll be pretty nice, I think. Alright, anyway. Now that we're here, let's go ahead and transport this metal one stack at a time over here to the chests. But first, I was going to go sleep, but it looks like it's going to be daylight. Well, I want the rested bonus anyway, so let's park ourselves in front of the fire here and wait a little bit. There we go. Okay. We don't need anything here right now. grab one thing of iron out of the ship for now. We'll leave the other 3 on board. There's no reason to remove them early. Where'd that iron go? Hello, Carlo. I think we need to back the ship up because I somehow accidentally dropped that iron and I don't know where it went, which means it's got to be in the water right there. There we go. Alright. Let's go store this in the chest over here. Oh, come on. Boom. Now, give me large stacks of stone, please. Oh, fine. I'll get rid of that later. Now, it looks like this is the angle we're going to be building at, and it nicely sort of lines up with this rock. Yeah, it's not perfect, but every other angle is worse. Okay, so this is the angle we're going to be building along. Let's cut this back a little farther. Okay. Now, I actually need to decide where exactly the most important piece of this all goes. Okay. We have the wall. We have 2 walkways. And then we have the ship dock part. Now. we're going to put where's my shed? Okay. Okay, if the back wall goes here, that will neatly not interfere with this rock and will make my life so much easier. Which means that this is the back corner of where the water is going to be. And this right here where I'm standing is these three are the back edge of that. Okay. Now. Okay. Kind of want to place this right there. To do that, it's a stone pillar. And place that there. Remove the stone pillar. That gives us a little step up here in the corner, which I think will end up looking a lot nicer than the wood stairs we have on Port Wadenaro. And more importantly, put that there, attach this to that, and that'll give us, this is too high off the ground. These are the right height off the ground. Because we only want to be one block above the water for easier access to the ships. We might want to be higher than that for the bigger ship, but for our current ships, one block off the water is where we want to be. Okay, so let's establish our shape here a little bit. We're not going to establish the depth yet. And then you can go underneath this, possibly with some assistance. Come on. Snapper, I want you to, damn it. Here. You have to use manual snap. I think we want top one. We should do it. Now that goes there. goes there. And that goes there. I think. Yeah. Yeah, that looks correct. Okay. Okay. And then this. Okay, that gets removed. We don't need that anymore. This gets cut back along here a little bit. That all gets cut down a little so it doesn't interfere. You go there. You go there. And that gives a nice brick look to the side walls of the dock. And all be well. Okay. That should be about right. Now, we've got a lot of work to do to get all this mined out consistently and then nicely leveled. I'd really like to do the bottom in stone, but there's no way that's happening. If I actually did the bottom in stone, I would probably just use the road option on the hoe, give it a paved texture, and call it good. Because actually trying to lay stone that the ships wouldn't hit would be obnoxious. It would be very cool to do though. There'd be no way to do it without giving up some pretty serious depth. Anyway, I want to get the ship in here so I can make sure that those edges are going to be the right height. So that's why we're digging this out to depth right now. Come on. Unfortunately, the lighting makes it hard to see if there's any high spots under the water. It's basically impossible to tell at this point. Okay, pickaxe broke. Let's get back. It is evening, so we'll repair the pickaxe, sleep for the night, and get back out there. Go ahead and repair the hammer too. Okay. Got to make more turnip soup soon. Okay. Let's little fly over here. Okay. It's really hard to see. The lighting is a lot better than it was. Okay, we need to find a good spot and start leveling. This is a good one. I think I do want to pave the bottom of this section because it'll look cool. Only even with the ends of wherever I am. Okay, let's go to dig out more. We're about ready to pull the ship in for testing purposes. Just want to clip this little bit off the end here. Okay. We should be able to pull the ship into that. wind is blowing in the wrong direction to help us get out of our little predicament here. But we are lined up in a way that's actually going to make it easier to get in, because usually the swing of the rear of the ship is what creates the problems of getting into somewhere, and in this case the swing is favorable. Okay. Yeah, it looks like this will be exactly the right height. I'm going to wiggle the ship back and forth a little bit and get it closer to the edge. The damn wind's blowing us to the shore even with our sails up. AK, it's blowing us away from the dock. I don't appreciate that. Okay, now I need to be blown away a little bit. Alright. Grab some more stone. Oops. Okay. That's about as perfect as we're gonna get. Not sure how long I want to make this. Let's grab some wood and a little bit of iron, and we can place some more stone cutters. That should be plenty. Okay. What is the radius of this thing? I kind of want to place a stone cutter right here underneath this thing. So we're going to permanently place a stone cutter right here. I'm going to undermine this a little bit. Well, I'm not just going to permanently place a stone cutter. We're also going to put in a workbench and a... what do I call it? forge. Okay, let's go grab the materials for the forge, which we will do the lazy way, if I can find the damn thing on the list. There it is. Oh, I didn't bring any coal with me. Okay. 1 second. Let's grab some of our stone oversupply from here. Okay. There. That little room will safely contain all of our stuff forever. Now. With that taken care of, we can continue to lay block this way. Not sure how far out this way I want to come. Maybe to here? Maybe. It's fine if this extends out farther than the actual walls. Although if I extend it out very far this way, we're going to want another stone cutter. I think we'll leave it at this point for now. Out of stone again. Okay. You snap into there. And then I'm going to we're just going to overhang the end a little bit. And then underneath the end, let me think. kind of wish there was a one wide. I wish there was different shapes of stone stair. Like, I wish there was a one wide stair. I wish there was a steeper stair. But I could do something with stairs out here. Alright. Let's grab some wood. And a little bit of iron. That'll do. I want top one. I can't see shit. Come on. There we go. Okay. That works. Now, let's go back and sleep the night so we can have good lighting. Okay. Let's repair our tools. And then it's back out. To continue construction. I think we've got the basic... I'm not sure if that's as big as I want to make it, or I want to make it larger, as far as longer. Like, it's long enough to be sized well for the long ship. But I don't know about the larger ship you can get. I might want to extend it out to at least here. Upon second thought. And then modify the terrain a little bit to flow into it better. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. That's good. Yeah, that's good. Let me put a decorative edge on here. Like so. Go ahead and remove a bit of grass. We're going to want to change the terrain height around here a little bit anyway. Okay, we get more stone. We're going to use up so much stone over the course of this project. We're hardly even started and we're almost emptied one chest already. Okay. That'll do. Mostly. Okay. Oh, come on. Whatever. There we go. Got to get that edge just right. I'm not sure where I want to put the wall. as far as how far out I want the retaining wall to come. I probably want it to come out at least this far, though. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay. There we go. And then... boom, like that. Yeah, I was worried that would stick through. No. We're going to have to pave the top of this a little bit. Because that got to be cut back. That got to be cut back. Fix all the things I accidentally smacked with a pickaxe. Yeah, we'll just put a stone cap on this. And then we'll feather the train into the stone cap. And we're out of stone again. Alright, some part of this is going to be completely surrounded by tower. Or at least have tower hanging off of it. Yeah. Let's do that for now. Okay. That looks nice enough. Gotta fill this in a little bit. So we have space to work. this gotta be cut down just a hair. It's gotta be cut down just a hair. Yeah, we got to widen that cap to 2 blocks wide. Oh well. It's not that big of a deal. Snap in place, damn it. Cut that down just a little bit to make the cap fit better. Oh, come on. That'll work, I guess. So we want the ground to be as high as it possibly can be without sticking through. There we go. It's got to be cut back just a hair. It's got to be cut down a bunch. So I can get a better slope out of it. It's okay if this is a little rocky, I think. As long as it doesn't look sharp. Okay, I think that'll work. Oh, come on. Okay. Okay. quite happy with how that turned out. The grass doesn't really clip through at all there, at least not in an ugly way. Okay. Beautiful. Now, I may have to modify this some more depending on where exactly I want to put the walls. But this side of the dock is at least roughed in. Now, put that there so I have something to clip to more easily. That's how that's going to go. I need more stone. Do I have wood on me? Yes, I do. Okay. Let's put in the staircase that we're going to need to get out of here. So it'll be available when I need it. Which is going to be soon. Okay, that chest is empty of stone. I'll have to start hauling stone through the portal pretty soon. Alright, now. Oh, come on. Clip in there. Beautiful. I don't like how these are stacked on top of each other. I know it was a big pain in the ass to snap those blocks in place, and now I'm going to remove them. Okay. Now. That'll do. And that clips in like so. And there's no spots where there's two identically sized stones on top of each other. Which is ugly, so we don't want to do that. We don't want to do ugly things. Even if ugly things can let you build taller sometimes. Alright. Go get a quick nap. Make it so it's not night anymore. Repair our tools that are in need of it. No. We might as well complete the dock. That'll give us a better idea of what our outer boundaries are going to be. What area we have available to build in. Like, I have plans for how I want this thing to shape up. But those plans are very subject to change, shall we say. Also, I'm tempted to rip out part of this and see if I can stuff a few workbenches in this bit here. There's not really room for it. Because I don't want to mess up the landscaping I finished. Which is probably what would happen if I started cutting a hole in here. Although I really need workbenches out here so that I can work on the end of this without having to build temporary benches. Because a guiding principle of this structure is that I never want to have to build temporary benches for anything. I should have thought of this before I fixed it all up. Because those benches there don't quite extend far enough. Yeah. Let's put some benches out here. Temporary. And then see if I can squeeze permanent ones into the wall by making minimal modifications. Okay, fine. Be that way. I should be able to cut this back if I do it very carefully. Okay. Now, give me this stuff. Boom. I need a forge in here too. Probably. Ooh. That's a good one. Okay. Let's put a temporary stone pile out here so I can pick up the crap that's on the ground. Then let's go get the materials we need to build a forge, and we'll stuff one out there at the end. Then close all that up. Forge. Where forge? Oh, I need coal for a forge. Okay. Well, let's go through and grab a stack of coal. There, make coal. Let's go grab a stack of wood and feed it in to make a stack of coal. Go. We need 4 coal. Should be plenty. We'll want to come back and pick the rest of it up later for future forges, because we're going to building a lot of them into walls in various places. Oh, I didn't grab the metals and stuff I need. Namely the 6 copper. Okay. Can we jam this into here too? Very nearly. I'll stick through the wall a little bit, so I'm not gonna like the way that's gonna look. That'll work though. Okay. There we go. Aha, get wrecked, game. You tried to tell me I couldn't build there? I'm smarter than you are. Now, the important thing is that the whole thing is covered by overlapping. I may want to cut into the wall here and move these back farther, more to the back corner of that. I'll think about it. If it turns out we need them there, we'll move them. But for now, we've got a project to work on. Okay, actually, I need to cut that out. That's too far this way. That should be good. All right. Need a workbench. Hey, you little shit. Alright. We need to have a workbench somewhere over here. Putting it underneath that rock would be perfect, except that rock, it's like right next to where we already have all the workbenches we need. So we need something back here farther. And we can't really embed it into the wall very easily because of how, well, high up they are. Like if we cut the wall here back farther. Yeah. I guess we're already going to have to put in a retaining wall. I could do something back here. Right here would probably be the best place to stick these things. Yeah, right here. Let's put some temporary ones in first. I need to grab some wood. I need to grab some iron. Okay. That should be good. Stick a temporary workbench there. Temporary stone cutter. Oh, did I never get the... Okay. That should do it. We can't jump on top of that block, so I gotta put stairs or something there, which I can do quite easily. Okay. That'll work quite nicely. I might do some further decoration to it, perhaps. Let me think about it. I think I want top one. It's hard to see if that's in the right place, but I think it is. I cannot see shit. Top two seems like the right one for this. Yep. Okay. That's right. Okay. That'll do. I kind of like that. Now we got to cut across here. I need to decide where the back corner of this is going to be. Probably right here, actually. Maybe over here? This right here, this water pool might be the back corner. Because that'll bring the front edge out to like here somewhere. Which is about right. I might want to nip a little bit more out of that, make a better turning pool. Okay. Let's go take a quick nap. I'll take this coal along with us when we go back. We're gonna need it. I will leave some here, so I have a little bit of coal in this chest. Okay. Oh, I put my stone away because I quick stacked things so I could get through the portal without having to spend time on anything. Make sure this is all dug out to the proper depth. Okay. I want to move these temporary workbenches onto solid ground so I don't have to move them repeatedly. Of course, I didn't bring anywhere close to enough stone. Why would I do that? That chest's empty. Alright. I am going to take a quick adventure upstairs. While I do that, you guys can enjoy shrimp, and when I get back, we will continue laying out the boundaries for the port. Anyway, BRB. All right. I return. Now, Um, let's see if we can place these things permanently. Well, I do get wood. I need wood. I need 6 copper. Okay. Let's see. More wood. And that should be plenty. There was a brief second where this that'll do. Okay, you are coming with me and getting jammed into the wall as well. If I can figure out an angle. Which I could just place them on shelves against the wall. That's not the dumbest idea I've ever had. I'm gonna see if I could bump that out a little bit. Damn it. Okay, well, that's annoying. At least it won't be hard to recover the body. Also, that's a long ways to fall. Note to self. Okay. Give me my shit back. Now. I don't mind if these are clipped partly into the stone. Matter of fact, that's a good thing. So that's our objective here, is to try to get these placed. Such that they are partly clipped into the walls. Oh, come on. I need some place to stand so I can see this. I'm gonna have to build temporary standing spots, aren't I? Well, that'll do, I think. Okay. I think I can jam the forge in any of these without having to make special room for it. Haha, fat chance. Okay. All right. There's enough of a gap here. We either need to close it up some. Okay, like some of these definitely can be pushed back. Alright. I really ought to put... Okay, let's do this properly. I need to... Oh, come on. There we go. There we go. There's a bit of a waste of stone, but it precludes the ability to see through the corner here. Like over here, it doesn't seem to matter much because that's pretty sealed up. Over here, it probably won't matter in the long run, but I just want to... fix it up properly. Okay, we need more stone. This has got to be mined out more. At least a little bit more. Where did I say I was going to put the back corner here? Yeah, I think this will be the back corner of the water. Wait. Can't do that yet. looks about right. Now. Replicating this mess in the other corner is going to be exciting. If I can remember how I did it. I think. Okay. So what I did there is I shifted that block out one. So this block has to come out one block. I think. Like that, but lower. So to do that, we'll snap that in there. Boom. And then you go there, and you go there. That gets removed. That gets removed. And then you will go here, and you there temporarily. Okay, that's not going to work. Get wrecked. Okay. Back over to here, try to figure out how I'm going to make this work. I think we need top 3, which is what I had. It did snap into place where I needed to. Okay. Now. Now. That goes there. Oh, come on. That'll do. That'll do. Turn auto snap back on. Carpet that over. And there we go. The two back corners are done. Now, I am going to fill some of this in. Not quite that much though. May have filled in a little too much. Okay, you know what? Damn it, give me back my stamina. We gotta go up top to do the filling in. Doing it from the bottom is too prone to leaving holes in the world. An item prevents you from teleporting. Every time I go back, I need to bring the grab stone off the stone pile we have there and bring it back with me. Because we're going to need all the stone we can get on the other side, and currently we have a fairly sizable prepare our tools first. Okay. Now let's go fix this hole in the world that I somehow created. Could you not? Damn locks. Okay, well, I'm not sure what's going on there. It's probably textures just being really weird because they're not supposed to extend that far. He's got to be cut back a little farther all the way along here. But not much farther, just a little farther. Oops. Right like that. Right like that. Beautiful. Okay. Oops, that's too far. Go. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. Now that we've got this wall straightened up as much as we possibly can, now we gotta dig all this out. And this is going to take quite a while. Well, previous experience has shown it takes less time than I think it will, but It's all got to be dug out to the right depth, and then we gotta smooth it, and then we have to... Then I'd like to pave it, but that's a lot of stone, and I don't know if I can justify spending that much stone to pave the whole thing. Because we're already going to be short on stone. Like, we haven't even started building the base yet. We've just getting the port done. And then the retaining walls to get all that up. Yeah, it's going to be insane. On equipping my pickaxe, damn it. On the one hand, unequipping after every blow is a good sign. It means we're right on the raggedy edge of the maximum depth we can dig. Which is more or less where we want to be. On the other hand, it's also dreadfully obnoxious. Anyway. That wall is indeed a bit spiky. But you won't be able to see that wall by the time we're done. It's getting put behind a wall of stone. Which I'm trying, I don't want just a giant blank wall of stone, so I'm trying to figure out what I want to do to decorate it. Like how I want to break it up. I'll probably put in some kind of inlays or something. But what those are going to look like is a good question. Pickaxe broke this time. Okay. Well, let's do what work we can. Oh, I don't have any stone on me. That's... I'll go grab some stone real quick. So I'm gonna go grab stone. I'm also going to go grab... Damn it. Stop missing the stairs. I'm also going to go repair my pick. Okay. Grab some stone to take back with us. Repair the tools. And back we go. Continue work. Okay. Somewhere along here, I'm going to need to put in... Oh, come on. Let me out. Another stone cutter. Probably over here. So, how do I want to conceal that? Let's just put in a temporary stone cutter for now. And then we will consider modifications to the terrain or whatever else we may need to disguise. The workbench, the permanent workbenches. Like, those are the permanent workbenches. They're going to stay there forever. They're going to be buried, and no one will ever know they were there. At least that is the idea. Okay, where is the edge of the workbench area? Right there. So the current workbench area goes right just before the edge of the stone there. So if I place the new workbenches right about there, they'll overlap nicely. So these are going to have to go right about there on the wall somewhere. Whether I cut them into the wall or whether I do something else, I don't know yet. Oh, come on. Okay, that's coming together fairly well. Let's be out. There we go. Got to cut back just a hair. All right. do fine, I guess. These temporary workbenches are going to get in the way real soon now. So we're going to have to move them. Preferably to their permanent homes, although I'm not yet sure where that's going to be, so we probably can't. Okay. Let's continue extending the walls here. Okay. It's coming together quite nicely. We're almost out to the main, I don't really want to call it bay, because it's definitely not, but the turning pool or whatever. Okay. Yeah, we're almost done. And then we can get on to building again. I'm not sure where I'm going to even start. I guess I need to decide where I want to put the furnaces and stuff and start laying out an open area for that. Alright. Let's go sleep. And then repair our tools, because pickaxe is about to break anyway. Okay. I need to go make some more stamina food. Because I don't have any left. Wasn't... Okay, the onion soup is 60 stamina. The turnip stew is 55. The turnip stew is turnips and boar meat, which we're actually running low on. The onion soup is purely onions, so let's just make the onion soup. Also, it's 20 health instead of 18, so I guess that doesn't really matter either. Let's make one more. Alright, is there anything else we need to make before we leave? I don't think so. Oh yeah, what's the duration? 20 minutes versus 25 minutes? Okay, so turnip stew lasts a little longer and has more healing per tick. Okay. But the onion soup is cheaper. And that matters, believe it or not. Alright. Rain doesn't matter. Because we're getting wet anyway. We're going to be wading around in the water. Also, it might not be raining as hard in the plains, apparently. Okay. Let's go get... I'm not going to finish digging out the center until we have the edge built. So I don't have to move those temporaries just yet. I should have brought stone back with me. Oh well. Lower edge pieces in place. I'm not going to line up with the other edge over there. I'm going to run out farther. Speaking of which, this needs to be cut down and cut back. Yeah, whatever. I could fix that. I will fix that. And then I do exactly the same mistake again. Go me. Oh, hello. There we go. Keep cutting it back real careful like. Yeah, that'll do. Okay. Now, let's keep laying this out this way. There's a rock embedded in there, and I don't think I care. Okay, we need another stone cutter. Let's go grab another stone cutter. We're gonna have to have two along that wall anyway, I guess. Okay. Now, okay, where's this rock it thinks it supports? I don't think there's a rock around here left. Is that it right there? I don't think so. Oh, here we go. There's a bit sticking up right here, I think. Maybe not. There's definitely, the ground's too high right here. Okay. Line light. Now, I don't know how far out. Probably only want to bring it like 2 more blocks, maybe. Maybe just 1 more block. Or maybe just end it right there, for that matter. Let's go ahead and bring the rest of this out. Oops. And we're out of stone. Not too surprising. We're using up a very great deal of it. Okay. Now, let's put in a temporary stone cutter out here. Now let's cap this off the same way we did the other side. Do I want to run it a little farther out before I cap it? Yeah, I do. I do. We'll run it out to there. Yeah, we'll cap it right here, actually. And I'm out of stone. Well, let's go back and get even more. We're down 1/3 of the stone we had stockpiled to build this place. Okay, we're gonna cut some of this down and then anyway, next things next is the lower course of the retaining wall. Yay. Come on. All right, fine. Okay. It's dark enough in there, we don't need to put a backing piece in the corner. So that'll save us a lot of stone. Speaking of which, we're out of stone again. All right. Ooh, perfect. Okay. And then you go there. cut this back just a little bit. Beautiful. We're not even going to have to modify basically anything here. Let's see if I can get one more little nibble right there at the base of this wall. And then we will level that. Like so. Okay. Okay, sure, whatever. Now, for the next level. Come on. There we go. It doesn't want to snap in there, but it will if you encourage it. And we're out of stone again. Well, we're almost done at the bottom two courses of the retaining wall. You don't need to be carrying this wood right now. That'll let us carry another stack of stone. Okay. Oh, hammer broke. Should have repaired that when I was over at the, what do I call it? I was over picking up stone. Matter of fact, let's put that stone away and grab fresh stone on the other side. Also, it appears to be getting late, so... Okay. I didn't grab stone. Okay, 1, 2, and 3. That should be about what we can carry. course, we have some lovely fog to help with the building process. Now, let's not do it that way. You go there. You go there. You go there. You go there. All right. Not entirely sure how I want to handle this. On the one hand, okay, we could save ourselves a lot of trouble if I built a tower in this corner. Because that would save me from having to handle the transition from the heights to the lower part here in the retaining wall. Because we would just dead end the ground into the side of the tower and call it a day. So I think that's what we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and start building a tower in here. How large am I going to make this tower? Well, not small. But I don't want a huge one either. So maybe we'll do a 3x3 tile floor. It's either 3x3 or 5x5. So that's 3x3. Let's do 5x5. That'll make the transition a little easier. Also, I want to put the workbenches under the floor of the tower. So like if I put workbenches in the tower, that's fine. But they're not the primary construction workbenches. Okay. Got a nice 5x5 floor here. Or, 5 long floor. I'm going to cut this down low enough that I can put workbenches inside it. They will, for somewhat obvious reasons, go against the front wall. Namely that one. Oh, come on. Let's remove those for now. They're temporary. Come on, I saw the stone for a split. Oh, did I actually grab it? Okay. Okay, that should be enough space down here to do the building we need to do. Let's go get the materials we need. Namely some wood, some metals. Okay. We need half of that copper stack. We need that wood. And then we can get... We have the iron we need over there already. Oh, I need coal as well. I need 4 coal. Okay. Now, workbench. Boom. Stone cutter. Boom. And forge. Okay. Oh, fun. I'm gonna need to put in some support poles here to hold the floor up, aren't I? Just a couple. Actually. Yeah, I know, because it's all got to be dug out farther. I can do some funny stuff. And partially bury the workbenches. And that'll get me most of what I need. Yep, I don't want to be down here. I am probably going to have to run supports through the walls anyway to get the tower height I want, particularly in this front corner. Like this side, the tower, that's going to be supported pretty much entirely by native stone. If I do it right. This floor is going to be... Like, this is probably the only stone floor in the whole tower. So it'll be okay. Stone floors are notoriously hard to build out over space. Yeah, see, that's... These are all showing blue. That means they're fully supported. Which isn't really true, but... Okay. I mean, it is true, but... They're supported on an edge, basically. Okay. Now, we want to be as careful as we can about how we cut this out, because I do want these rock walls to be as close as possible to the sides of the tower floor, so I can use that to support the actual tower walls. Okay. And we're out of stone. But it looks like we've got the tower foundation dug out. And now we just need to build walls. Let's go grab ourselves a bunch of stone and come back and work on it some more. I'm not sure if I'm going to use that tower for anything. It might just end up being a big tower that ends up with a bonfire on top or something. That might be cool. But its real purpose is to help the, well, to hide the workbenches and to help the train transition here. Okay. Now. Come on, snap onto, snap on, there we go. Okay. Damn it, I misplaced that by the smallest possible amount. Goes right there. I don't think I actually want to make the walls of the tower with this stuff, upon second thought. That's gonna look boring as hell. So... let's do it this way. Oops. Gonna see if I can... Come on. Yeah, it's not worth it. Well, there's no eidolons around here. Anyway. Hello, Ash. Thought I greeted you earlier, though. Let's see. Is this lined up the way I want it to be? Okay, I don't like the way that the floor is lined up with that. Oh well, it's just the way it's going to be, I guess, for the bottom course. That's how it is on the other two sides. I don't really like the way this seam extends up there either. Well, I can have one or the other, I guess, so we'll turn it this way. Okay. I'm almost certainly going to have to embed at least some reinforcement in these walls on the front side of this. Which means I shouldn't get too attached to them. I might have to tear them back down so I can reinforce them. But we'll see how bad it gets. Let's go ahead and repair our stuff. Sleep for the night. Okay. Now. Don't... Okay. It's been a very long time since I built a mega project. Well, I don't even know if I would call the things I built mega projects, but it's been a long time since I built a large tower. So I'm not sure what the best support method is nowadays. Oh, Treebeard. I know back when I built tall towers in eons past, I used iron reinforced wood poles to do it. But I'm not sure. I think cage wall might be stronger. It costs 2 iron to build a piece of cage wall. It takes... Oh, where the hell did it get to? It takes 1 iron to build a wood iron pole. I kind of want to do a test. Let's go back through and grab some stone. God, I forgot to bring some with me. And I need to make a habit of hauling as much stone out of here as I can. Okay. Let's put a temporary stone cutter up here. And then just drop one of these dungeon floors right there. Now what we're going to experiment with is how tall we can build a wall if we put steel cage in the middle of it. Okay. So I want to snap it in the midpoint between these. To do that, I need you to help me out. Now I need a forge up here. I can do that easily enough. Wait, do I not have materials for a forge? Oh, I'm short on wood. Really? Okay. Let's go grab some wood then. Let's grab some stacked wood. Okay. Put the wood where it belongs. Temporary workbench over there. Put that in place. Okay. Oh, come on. Well, let's start building our actual... Now, technically you can build taller if you don't lay courses like this, but I don't care. I'm laying courses because it looks nicer. And we're not building purely for functional. Also, I'm going to have to put stairs up the outside of this or something. Snap these on top in the middle. Yes, I can. Beautiful. Beautiful. It's gonna be a long fall if we slip. I guess it's still showing green up this high already. This isn't like incredibly high or anything. It is far enough away that we can't reach the iron anymore. Or the wood for that matter. Okay. We don't have much iron left, but that's fine. We're not going to try to go that much higher with this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to build walls to about the same height. And I'm going to see which one has the happiest color. So we're not trying for maximum height or anything here. We're just trying for a height that I think is good enough. Ideally, I'd like it to turn some color other than green. I mean, ideally, I'd like it to stay green the whole way up, but I'd like to see when it turns some color other than green. And then I can figure that that is the maximum you can do with this construction method. Okay, however, we are out of iron, so we'll have to go down to the boat and get more. Come on. Alright, let's go grab more iron. Also, if I fall off the top of that thing, I'm dead instantly, so maybe we better eat a little something. Alright. Now. Do you know how much worse of a game this would be if it was like some of those survival games where deconstructing gives you back half the materials you used to build the thing in the first place? Oh, wait. Need to add the reinforcing. So that's the other thing. I'm not entirely sure how much reinforcing to add to a wall. Every other block? Every single block? Every third or fourth block? Don't know. We'll have to figure it out experimentally. I suppose I could look it up somewhere. Every block is almost certainly overkill, though. And we are getting quite high off the ground, and it's still showing green. Just how much support does this stuff have? Apparently all of it. Alright. Now, just for the sake of being dumb, let's try building this same wall but with no reinforcing. Will we get then? Not very. As you can see, it's no longer bright green anymore. We're not even quite halfway and it's changed color. Whereas this is still pretty much as bright as it gets all the way to the top. This is already starting to turn yellow. Yeah, green, yellow. My beard isn't white enough to start building wizard towers. Yeah. Alright, let's put in some iron poles in that and see if we can extend it up the same degree. So previous towers, I put the iron poles on the outside. Obviously putting it inside is probably better. In this case, I don't think the iron pole is actually helping support it any because it's not actually touching the ground. Question mark. Oh, actually these are solid blue supported on the ground color. Apparently these are close enough to the rock to be considered supported. Whereas these are not. So that isn't quite a fair test that way. I can fix that. Okay, that's the same degree of support. Which means that we have to make this at least one block taller to see its failures. Okay, those are still green. And now they're yellow. All right. Now, if we go ahead and add these, does that change anything? No. Okay. Now. That changes it a lot, putting a vertical, or not a vertical, but a sideways. Okay, this is showing as blue, which is bullshit. Well, let's try to delete the piece underneath it. Because I want to put a vertical piece. Oh, there we go. Right there. And my hammer broke. Let's go repair the hammer. Oh. Hello, hello. Trust no one? Trust something anyway. And raiders, welcome, welcome. Hello, immunity. Alley cat. Emerald queen. Trust anyone? Okay. Well, welcome here. I am in the middle of playing around with stone support, or at least I was before I had to come back to spend the night and repair my tools. I am building my new plains base. So far we have part of the port done, and that's about it. Let's grab a stack of wood and 2 of stone, I think. Yeah. That should cover it. Need to go sleep? Well, thank you for the raid. Sleep well. Alright, the last time I built anything in Valheim, at least like this, was right shortly after release. And so I believe... let's tear that side off so I can properly put the post inside of it and see if that affects anything. I believe the iron cage pieces didn't exist back at that point. They weren't added until sometime after. Also, it's interesting that this is showing blue as well. Apparently the iron cage the blue iron cage is extending that up. Okay, anyway, it doesn't matter. Shouldn't matter anyway. Maybe it does matter. I should have prepared the ground better before I started this test. Let's see if we can make sure support is equal. Okay. That should do it. Anyway. So the way I'm used to for extending a tower as allowable build height is embedding iron reinforced wood in the wall. And so I decided, I've seen builds that people made that used the iron cage pieces, and so I'm trying to decide if they're better or not by experimentally building a wall that is supported by both as identical as possible, and see which one decides that it wants to fall over first. Not a very efficient way of testing something I could just look up, but also it's interesting to do it this way. Okay. Move that centering piece now that's no longer needed. And let's go ahead and get some stone placed. I originally had this built as just a standard wall with no reinforcement. That's why I'm tearing it down and partially rebuilding it now. Okay, that should be good enough for now. Let's go ahead. Let that snap. Let's not snap that there. There we go. Okay. Oh, come on. I could just catch the... there we go. If I can get up to here... Nah, what am I to take the stairs? I'm wasting too much time. I threw these together for a reason. I might as well use them. go. No, that's not where that goes. Get off of there. Actually, no, it is where that goes. Oops. Okay. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and make the poles a little taller. And then we just have to build upward. Preferably without falling to our doom, because we're going to quite quickly get to the point where fall damage will be a significant concern. Also, it's throwing me off that those attach where they do. It might be both of these are equal as far as support goes, and then we can just choose whichever one is our preferred flavor. In which case, the poles will probably be cheaper. Come on. There we go. Of course I'm stuck. I'm going to end up showing myself off here and falling to my doom. Just watch. Yeah, I don't have a stone. Okay. So far it's looking pretty good for both methods. Let's go ahead and grab a little bit more iron. A couple stacks of stone, and let's get back up top and keep building. Okay. Now, snap that on there. We reach equal height, still green. Okay. Well, let's get this tower up to there as well. Well, it's no longer quite the same shade of green, I don't think. It might still be the best way to build is by embedding posts. It looks like a slightly fainter. I don't know. Could just be lighting too. It's not yellow or anything yet. How much? I don't have any iron left on me. Let's go get more. This tower is pretty much best case for the cage pieces, because anyway, we'll grab a little more. Let's grab more iron out of the boat. I need it all up here eventually anyway. Okay. I'll come back for that. Let's go back and get more, get the stone we left behind. And we'll take 6. Yeah. 6. Iron. Plus some wood. And as much stone as we can carry. That should be good enough. I'll let us get another whole 2 layers on, which isn't much, sure, but oh, come on. There we go. Now, cage pieces. Anyway, as I was saying before, it's the best case for the cage construction method because I'm placing solid cages. Okay, that is definitely not the same bright shade of green anymore for the cages either. It looks like both iron reinforced methods might be equal. Like, these posts are really close together too, so that's also kind of a best case for this construction method. It's not really, I probably wouldn't want to place them quite this thickly in an actual structure. Purely because of cost. Like, that's a lot of iron just to get these 2 narrow little walls. But it looks like both methods are about equal, which means that the post method is definitely the cheapest one. Okay, that's good. Because that means I can just run a few posts up the front corner of where we're putting that tower in. That tower is not going to be terribly tall, but it will be tall enough it will need some reinforcement. So either of these methods would work fine for it. Alright, let's just cut these off at the base and watch them fall. Okay. That'll take care of that problem. What's supporting this? Nothing, it just hasn't started breaking the cages yet. Okay. Now I need to decide where and how much support we're going to put in that corner tower. First we have to go repair our hammer though, because we used up most of its durability. Don't need to repair anything else. Oops. Not really. Okay, good. Okay. How are the onions coming along? We could replant them if we needed to. Let's keep the honey harvested, so I have plenty of that when I need it. I got enough onions I don't need to harvest right now. Actually, no, I should probably go harvest them. Okay. Grab some onion seeds. Alright, that's taken care of. That should be enough onions to last for a good long while. Everything's fine over here. Should bring the cart back over where it goes, but oh well, we'll leave it over at the boathouse for now. Okay. It's going to be evening. We should be able to sleep already. We'll head out in the morning. And then we'll tear down part of the retaining wall. And from there I'll decide how many supports I need to put in. And then we'll have to rebuild the retaining wall around the supports, and we can actually start building the tower. We only need to support the one side, or really the one corner. Maybe two corners a little bit. So like this corner isn't going to need much support. We might put like a support beam here, one in the corner, one here, here, and here maybe. And then we'll see about this side when we get higher up. I don't think we're going to build this tall enough above the ground that we're going to need support anything over in this side or that corner. Oh yeah, I didn't grab any materials. Why would I? Oh yeah, where am I going to put this workbench too? Here. Let's pick these up. I want to see how much of a gap there is between the two benches. Ooh, it's kind of sizable, actually. Okay. Also, falling in the water here is problematic. There's no way midway down the wall to get out. So, like right in here somewhere, we need to have workbenches. I don't really want to cut into that wall, not until I know what we're doing up top. So for now I'm going to go ahead and put the temporary benches back. but over here, so they're out of the way. And then we can mine the last of this out. Should I do that now instead of working on the tower? Yes, because then it's done. I don't have to think about it anymore. And we can go ahead and smooth the bottom in here. And the actual port will be done. The docks. I don't see any high spots. It's hard to tell. When the sun gets a little higher, it should be a little easier to spot. With certain sun angles, it works almost perfectly because then high spots will stick up and show really clearly. But if there's too much glare, you really can't tell. Okay. We're almost done. So originally, this area had right through there, more or less, was a little inlet. And then over here was kind of a, wasn't even really a pond. More of just a low spot that had a couple of inlets meeting up at it. Obviously, it has been greatly expanded and deepened since then. So now we have a proper, shallow, but usable little pond of sorts. I kind of wish you could dig deeper ponds. It wouldn't serve any purpose except so that you wouldn't be able to see the bottom as easy and it would look more natural, I guess. But as it is, it's a little too obvious that somebody just dug it out to the possible depth. And I guess there are some mods that let you dig underwater. I could install something like that. But it's not a big enough deal that I want to go through the effort of adding a mod or two. And that would definitely make sure the bottom wasn't smooth. Okay, it's a little shallower over here. as deep as it should be over here either. Running over this with a hoe will fix a lot of its problems. Which is why that is the next step. Okay. Looks pretty flat. Alright, let's go out to here where it definitely is flat. Regenerate our stamina for a bit. Okay, that looks like it's improving the bottom a good bit here. I really want to pave the bottom here, but that requires so much stone. It costs, it's only 1 stone for each click for paved, but honestly, it really should be free. Trying to do it under the water, you're going to end up over paving a lot, I think. Yeah, it's worth a try. I can grab some stone and start laying it out a little bit. Gotta go repair this hoe first, though. Okay, I think that's about as good as that's gonna get. It looks nice and flat over most of the bottom. It's definitely deep enough that the boat can get through there and won't scrape on anything. And okay, let's go repair the hoe. We'll grab some more stone. Then we'll come back and I'll worry about improving the bottom. Looks like we're actually using the giant pile of stone that was over here up. That's fine, I suppose, but it does not bode well for the future of our little thing here. It's definitely a strong indicator that I'm going to have to we're gonna call it. Okay. Paved road. Oh, that's right. The only place where you're near a stone cutter. Well, it's a good thing I have stone cutters placed all over the place. Might be a little hard to reach out in the middle. Some spots. Okay, this might not be as bad as I thought it was going to be. It looks cool as hell, too. So we're definitely going with this. I mean, it is a colossal waste of stone, but makes this whole place look much more finished. Okay. I might need to go actually do this to Port Widenaro as well. Spots I missed. There's one. Okay, I don't really see much that didn't get hit back here. Got a nice, lovely stony bottom. Matches up with the mouth of the actual port. Okay. Beautiful. The port, minus its retaining walls, is now completed. This is starting to come together. Now, I need to go get some more iron and wood and maybe a little more stone. We don't really need a ton more because going to be getting stone on location. This stuff is annoyingly heavy. Okay. Maybe I should bring materials and build a cart here so I can move stuff to where I'm actually building. I'll probably do that eventually. Okay, let's remove that. Pick up all the stone laying here. Don't want to waste any of it. Okay. Now. Beautiful. Move those placement guides. Let's put the corner ones first. Okay. I should do that. You are not fully supported, surprisingly. Let's go ahead and fix that with a raised ground action there in the corner. Gonna have to cut that back a bit with the pickaxe, but I think I've got what I needed there. Okay, that got us the level of support we needed. Let's go repair our tools and sleep for the night. And then we'll be back to finish. Need to decide if I need to want to put 1, 2, or 3 more pillars down the side. Maybe just 2. We'll see. Let's grab the last of the stone here. And one pile of wood. Keep moving those materials through the portal every time I go through. Okay, surprising that didn't put me overweight. Let's put in oh, come on. Snapper out damn well there. Okay. I might have to... No? Okay, that's blue. Good. And you? You are red. Interesting. Well, we're going to have to raise the ground there a little bit then. That should fix that problem, I hope. Yep. Okay, let's remove the centering beams underneath them. There. Nope. Okay. Then you... I should get all that in place. I'm going to go ahead and remove this course to make sure everything is correctly placed. It is. Now, for this side. This side will be easier. Partially easier, anyway. Okay, let's see. How much... It is 1 3/4 blocks apart. Which means the next post should be at the end of this one, I believe. Right, like that, except half a block inward. So, like so. It is fully supported. Boom. And then... Oh, come on. There we go. Okay. That should do that. Let's remove this to make sure that actually went in place where it's supposed to. Okay. I should have just removed that in the first place. We have all of those in place. Do I want any other reinforcing points? I probably should put one right in this corner. It certainly won't hurt. No, there you go. Support that from the side. That's gotta go. Okay. Go ahead and put our retaining walls back in. Beautiful. Okay. Now. That's done. Where do I want to put the entrance to this tower? I think I'm gonna put it right here. You can use a single full-size floor piece here. Like so. And then I'm going to clip oh, come on. What do you mean blocked? There's nothing there to block it. I don't actually want it running off that side. Okay. Beautiful. Now, let's go get some more iron so we can make these posts taller. And then we can continue working on making this even taller than it already is. Which isn't very tall at the moment. But, well, Small steps in the right direction, I suppose. Also, we need to go repair the hammer, so I guess we'll go through the portal. But yeah. I shouldn't need to grab more wood, but I'll grab another stack of it. Because why not? Okay. Then we'll grab some iron. Half a stack is probably plenty. Why did I do that? Okay, we'll leave some stone behind because we're not going to be doing a ton of stone work until we make those posts a good bit taller. That way I won't have to run back and forth with different materials. Okay. Put that in place to help support the eventual arch over the doorway. Okay. And I'm 1 iron short of being able to do that. How much do these cost? 1 iron, 2 wood. Okay. We'll go back. We'll grab 1 iron. We'll drop off all of our wood except 2, and then we'll grab as much stone as we can. We'll come back and work on getting those walls up. Okay. 1 iron. Drop off the wood. I should take those coins back and put them in the valuables chest. Alright. About as much as we can carry. Now, to actually lay courses. Go. Oh, wait. This corner's a bit screwed up. Come on. Don't make me have to resort to manual snap mode. There we go. Alright, looks about right. There's no wall sticking through there, is there? There is a little tiny bit. Yeah, it's good enough. Not a whole lot I can do about it without a ton more work. I'm not going to actually put a door here, so a little arch will do fine. I might have to go get some core wood for laying the floors in here. Because I'm not sure if this is a too large room to put beams across made of normal wood. I'm not sure how far apart I want to put the floors either. 3 blocks, and then the bottom of the floor seems like a good height. But 4 blocks in the bottom of the floor might be easier to put stairs. I'll have to start thinking about stairs as well, so let's go grab a little more stone. Get the walls up a little higher. And then I'll have to go grab a bunch of wood and we can come back and experiment. Figure out how high or how far out it'll let us go with normal beams. If I need to go get core wood. I don't know how much core wood I have in stock back at the base. It might be an issue. Okay. So I'm not entirely sure how I want this tower to turn out. Part of me wants to build it up to the level of this terrain, and then 1 story above that. And then see if I can support a stone floor on top enough to build a bonfire. And part of me wants to see just how high I can go. The problem is, if I spend a ton of time building it super tall, I'm never going to use those upper floors for anything. I'm probably never going to use the lower floors for anything, realistically. This tower isn't really a core part of the base. I might end up building something in it eventually, but as of right now, it has no planned use. I'm building it purely to help hide the transition between the retaining wall and nothingness. It's basically to hold this end of the retaining wall. Yeah, I'll have to think about it. Also, before we build any higher than this, we're going to have to put in more support pillars. Oh. Misplaced. Let's finish this course and then we'll go sleep. And with the last stone block placed in the course, the hammer breaks. I'll take that. I need to start placing some lights around here. Because I don't really want to light this place up yet. Because I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's getting built there. So as I start placing actual structures and stuff around the docks, then we'll see. Somebody's attacking something outside. Was it you? Well, doesn't matter if it was or not. You're dead. I need to repair the hammer. Run around real quick and check if anything has been damaged. Doesn't look like it. Well, somebody beat the shit out of this corner a little bit. So it's barely damaged, so who knows what it was. Let's check the board pen real quick. Ever since I took the time to place all those extra hidden workbenches, we haven't had any serious incidents. Let's go check our core wood stash, see how much I have on hand. It can't be much because I don't have stacks of it sitting outside. That's probably enough to place some simple floor beams if I have to. Let's grab a stack of 50. Okay. I might need to go harvest some more wood. We're using up the stack pretty fast. And I'm not even building anything serious out of wood yet. Okay. We might not even need any kind of beams. because of how well supported the walls are. Okay. Well, in that case, all we have to decide is where and how we're going to do the stairs. I think we'll put them over here. However, that's not going to work because the stairs are too shallow. We can do like this and have a landing there. That kind of works. Okay. Do I want to wall the stairs in? In some ways it'd look cool if I did. We will partially wall the stairs in. No, because you can see through the stairs. It's going to look ugly if I do that. We'll wall just the little landing part in. And we'll do it like this. Yeah. Then we'll put posts. I'll put a post there. And run beams alongside for looks. Okay, that looks kind of cool actually. I like that. I don't think I could reasonably do a railing here, but maybe I could. Let's see what it looks like. Okay. I'm kind of liking the look of this. Let's run the railing all the way up like that. And then I am going to put a railing around the top edge of the stairs, like so. Okay. That looks cool. I like that. Can we do a similar railing out here without it looking like trash? Because I do want to have a railing on these stairs. They're a little bit narrow. But I don't know if I can, because these are a little bit narrow. Yeah, no, we can't. We can't restrict that. We could if we put this a little bit wider. Like bump it out just a hair. Which I might be able to do. Okay. Bump that out half a block. I'd like to bump it out a quarter block. Is there a way to do that? Maybe. I can combine this with the door trick, I think. Combine the extra snap point with the door trick. To get a quarter block. Yeah, that'll work. And I'm out of wood. But that does give me the right reach. And then if I... Let's go grab more wood. We need to repair the hammer too. Yeah, it's not late in the evening yet. We don't need to sleep. Grab 2 piles of wood. That should be plenty. We're gonna have to go cut wood soon if we keep using up wood at this rate, though. So there's still a bit too much gap there, but I want to make it look supported. Which I think I can do if that needs to be straight. There we go. Let's delete that. Okay, those stick up through the stairs weirdly. Yes, they do. And they make it so you can't run up the stairs either. Okay. So we need to move these down a little bit. Somehow. Which I can probably do with the help of these little guys. Problem is I might want to go down another quarter block. Okay, actually, we can do that. And then snap bottom. No, those railings are too tall. They're gonna look weird. But that is the right path. It makes everything look supported. Which is exactly what we want. And if we snap that on there, we can do a short railing. Doesn't look half bad. Okay. Gotta remove that because it's in the way. And gotta remove that because it's in the way. Blah. That's some serious Z fighting. We can't have that. I could shift the floor out a little tiny bit. And that might look okay, actually. We'll see. Oh, come on. Snap. 2. There we go. Okay. We still have a bit of Z fighting going on, but it's not atrocious. More importantly, we have working railings on a half-wide staircase. Which, yeah. Let's remove the bottom railings. I think that'll look a little better. Yeah, it does. I'm gonna pull that floor back because we don't need it sticking out there anymore now. And let's go ahead, snap you there. Boom. Okay. That'll work. No. No, it won't. I'm going to move that floor back out half a tile, I think. I don't know. No. Yes, yes, okay, that's got to be done. It's going to look slightly off no matter what I do if I don't do that. So, I need to do that. That makes everything all nicely line up. Okay, that is probably the most fiddly thing that I have ever built in this game. Well, not really, but it's darn close. I don't know if I've ever tried to set it up so I could snap something that was a quarter block off. Half blocks? Sure, all the time. Quarter block? Never. I've tried to freehand things like that, and they usually look a little bit wonky because of it, but... Okay. Back out we go. Which wood do I have? Enough. Is there anything else we need to do out here before we continue building the stone upward? I think that's it for wood construction on this tower for now. Alright, let's go back and dump this wood in the chest and grab as much iron. Actually, no, we need to keep some wood. Let's grab as much iron as we can, because we need to put a couple more layers on top of those posts. We're doing at least a couple more floors. Alright. Let's take this crap through. Let's leave the core wood here. Let's go store some of this stuff we don't need here. Yeah, the fast portal mod is really nice and helpful for this kind of thing. The black metal, let's put aboard the ship where it belongs. Even though, honestly, this is where we're going to ship the black metal if we ship it anywhere. But it can just sit there and out of the way where I don't have to worry about it. Alright. Now, this should get us to the bottom of the next floor, which should be the ground floor of the tower. Likely. Because right here is the actual ground. And we can adjust this down a little bit to meet up with the floor here. So let's do one more round on top of that, yeah. Okay, beautiful. Let's go dump the rest of this wood since we've used up all the metal we brought with us. And let's grab stone and let's keep getting that tower taller. That tower is very close to done now, I would believe. I want it to be at least a little taller. I'm not sure how much taller. Because we're not just going to end here at the ground floor. We could. And that would be tall enough for its stated purpose of holding the retaining wall. But I'm not sure where the outer wall of my compound is going to be. There'd be something to be said for cutting down some of these trees and building the wall back a bit from the retaining wall and having all of our external farms and stuff like that up here above the retaining wall. Because we're either going to do it up here or we're going to do it down there closer to the sea. And up here has the benefit of having a really cool view out over top of everything. So I think we might end up putting a wall up here and having at least some stuff. Like maybe this would be where the forges go or something. Maybe the farms can go down there by the ocean and the forges up here. Actually, I'm kind of liking that idea as I say it. We can cut this down a bit. Smooth it all out. And then with the level of that, or, you know, with the ground floor, with the floor of the tower, we can build a big stone floor up here that meets the retaining wall. And then this can be where all the smelters and stuff like that are. And then somehow we'd have to build a web of strong support on top of this, so I can build a stone floor out over top of that and put a... Because I really want the top of this tower to have a bonfire. I think it'd look cool. But first we need to have the walls done, so let's get to work on that. Okay, so right there is going to be level. It's going to be the ground level. How? So yeah, we'll have to cut the top of this down a good bit to make that work. But that's fine because the ground does fall off away from this a little bit. This is kind of like the highest point of the whole area. We can easily landscape all that in. Okay. Yeah, I'm really liking this idea. Wow, hammer broke. And we're out of stone. Okay. Well, let's go repair the hammer and grab more stone then. I still want the main base to be built around / on top of this rock pillar. I'm probably just going to put like a spiral staircase up around it or something and do something on top of it. It'll be too inconvenient to get to the top to actually put the main living quarters on top of it. Unless... Okay, I didn't think of this until just now. I can use portals. Like, there's no reason I have to put long-range portals. Cheating? Nah. That's how you get really high up in the air. Use rock. Well, that's one way to do it anyway. But yeah, I can have like... Okay, somewhere I gotta have a portal room. I haven't thought about that yet. Oh. Somebody annoyed the Loxes. I should not drag them this way, actually, because I need to do work over here. Oh well. I could drag them back if needs must. Yeah, I can have a portal up at the top there and a portal down at the bottom. As well as stairs, and the stairs can be the slow way up and the portals can be the elevator. Because with the fast portals mod, if both ends of the portal are loaded, it's basically instant to go through it. Okay, could you not? Here, if you assholes are going to be up here getting my way anyway. No, don't kill all the cloudberries. Bastards. Okay, well, that's got to go get my stuff now, but... Let's not get stumped on again. Could you not? Damn it. I need stamina, which means I guess I should probably eat something before I head over there. I really hate the stamina system in this game. Ever mentioned that before? It bears repeating. It's just obnoxious. I don't enjoy the combat in this game. It's not my thing. And yet I had to participate in it anyway. I guess that'll give us enough stamina to run around a little. Get our stamina regen. Run. Get away from my shit. They're right on top of it. And I could have ran in and I was going to run in and grab it, and then that stupid one walked on top of it. I need to lure him off to the side and then turn around and come back. This is such pointless bullshit that I have to engage in because developers thought it was fun or something. I just want to build cool things. Come on. Leave me alone. Okay, finally. Now, let's go lose the bastards over this way. Oh, just what I do not need. A skeeter when my health is low. Okay, the skeeter did basically no damage for some reason. I'll take it. Alright, skeeter. Get wrecked. I need to go make more wolf jerky. Okay, that bullshit taken care of. Now, let's grab some wood, not wood, stone. Let's finish that tower. What are you doing? That miserable little shit is... There. There we go. Get that out of my inventory. Stone. Stone. And even more stone. Back to the tower. I need to grab more wood too so I can build a another staircase. Looks like all the locks ended up back over there where they belong. Good. I'm not going to try to fully tame those locks right now because I want to lure them into a pen eventually. And that's much easier to do when they're not tamed. Because if they are tamed, they'll just race all over the place trying to murder everything that moves. And I don't want them to do that. As we learned with the locks that I tamed down there. One of which is still way over there. We could probably drag it back with our harpoon. I don't know where the other one went. Yeah. It's gone. Probably over there somewhere dead, if I had to guess. Ah! I walked off the edge because I am a very skilled individual. Okay, where do I want to put the stairs here? Probably on this side, I guess. Okay, yeah, let's go get wood. Sleep first. Grab wood. Prepare our tools. All the stuff we normally do at the end of the day. Maybe I'll restock some of our foods, I think. And I'll probably go ahead and make some more wolf jerky. We're gonna have to go wolf hunting soon, I think, because we are getting lower and lower on wolf meat all the time. No, okay, we have more than I thought we did. It's not an amazing amount, but okay. Yeah, wolf jerky is relatively cheap, lasts a relatively long time, has okay health and stamina. It's a solid generic food. Good for all purposes. The perfect kind of thing to keep your health from being 25 when you're building. Let's make a little bit of onion soup as well. Also, the cooking sounds are way louder than everything else. Like obnoxiously louder than everything else. Why is there wood laying on the ground there? Okay, whatever. Here. Put that back. Alright. That should be good. I'm not sure where I'm going to put my portal hub here. I haven't really thought about it yet. Of course. Let's just walk off the edge, why don't we? Well, it's a good thing we were relatively close to the end of the dock and didn't have to walk that far to get out. Okay. Snap that onto there. Boom. 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 Floor there. 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 And we are running the floor 90 degrees to the floor below it. Let's not do that. Make everything run the same way, so it looks like it was made by somebody who wasn't drunk. And we're just slightly short of wood to finish this. Well, we need a bunch more to finish the railings anyway, so. Can at least get up top now, though. Yeah, this all gets cut down to the same height as what we are right now. And then we probably run our walls out to maybe here. Off the corner of that. And then we put one floor on top of this with a flat top. Yeah. We build one more floor up and then we try to figure out a way to place a stone floor, which is probably going to involve lots of reinforcing materials. I might end up having to do like a full metal bar floor or something. We'll see if that's required or even if that works. Okay, speaking of metal bars, we need more of those. We do not currently need... Get away from me. Okay. That'll work. We gotta repair the hammer. It's about broken. Yeah, it should last long enough to get tops on those pillars. We're gonna have to place more reinforcement probably on the walls that aren't currently reinforced. So I don't want to build any more stone yet. Like these walls here are probably going to have to be reinforced, which is going to be tricky. I guess we'll see. In any case, this should be all the taller these reinforcements will need to go. If I put a reinforcement right in this corner, I might have to rip out some of these walls down a few courses so I can put some more reinforcements. Just reinforce this corner and then run horizontal beams across. We'll see how it works out. I have built a stone floor at the top of a tower before, but it was only a little bit of stone in the very center of the tower. Just enough so that I could place a fire there. This time I'm planning to do the whole upper surface. If I can. So come on. There we go. Really move that because it looks ugly. Okay. Beautiful. Okay, and you had a little pillar right there. To make it look a little bit better supported. Okay. I probably should put another one here. I don't really need it. Yeah, okay. I like the way that looks. Okay. One more set of stairs, some reinforcement added, and then this tower will be done. Well, and 4 courses of stone. Let's go repair our tools, then we gotta grab a bunch of iron and come back and figure out the reinforcement for the other 2 sides of this tower. Actually, before I do that, why don't I just calculate how much iron I'm actually going to need for the reinforcement? Okay. We'll need at least 15, I think. We need 10 for the stuff sticking up above the stonework, and I think we can get away with probably 5 to transmit the support up to that level. It might be more than that. It probably will be more than that. Oh, I had 8 on me already. I didn't realize. Anyway, let's repair our stuff. We'll come back bright and early in the morning. We'll have a full day to tear down the walls we already built and figure out how to make it work. We shouldn't actually have to tear out much, I don't think. There's only a few spots that are... It's only one wall that's going to need much actual support. Okay. We'll take 15 with us to start. We might have to come back for more, but we can afford to do that. It's not like it's that far to run. Oh. I should put railings around the dock, but I don't want them. I could put the same kind of core wood bumpers that I have on the boathouse around it. That wouldn't be that bad of an idea, actually. Okay. The first piece goes right in the middle of this one, I think. Right there. Okay, the first piece that's actually going to be properly supported goes there. Oops. Okay. Yeah, that's going to be a green piece. Which is all well and good. Now. That's green as well. Really? I thought for sure it'd be touching the stone by that point. Guess not. We could put a horizontal piece in there that does extend into the wall, but I'm not sure how well that transmits. Okay, that's definitely blue. If I thought that would actually work, I would put in a diagonal piece. In real life, it would be worthwhile, but in this game, I don't think it matters. I kind of wish there was a way to see support values numerically. Oh, you know what? Ooh. That's a massive error. This whole pillar is off by half a tile from top to bottom. No. Okay, well. I guess we're tearing this out. At least it's well enough supported that we only have to tear out some of it. I think that's correct. Up all the crap laying around so it's not you get lost. Alrighty. One half block off. Easy enough to fix, I guess. It just takes time. go. Snap that into the right spot, not the wrong spot this time. Alright. Just got to relay all the courses we removed, which is easy enough. The fact that we can just destroy a corner like that and not actually have anything actually get destroyed, if you know what I mean, is a pretty good indicator for overall strength of the building. Okay. This got rained on a little bit, so some of the stuff got damaged. And our hammer broke. Okay. Well, we didn't get as much done as I had originally planned on because I had to move that corner piece, but we can work on it in the morning. In the morning? Don't stream in the morning? Well, I'm not ending stream. I mean, like in the morning in Valheim. Besides, it's probably in the morning for one of you time zone LARPers. Okay. Anyway, hello, Sealith. Welcome here. Don't forget to grab the materials. Okay, I guess I can't take one more after all. Yeah, Eastern time is the one true time zone. Of course it is. Alright. Now, with that one being placed more or less, the next one goes right in the middle here, I think. Okay, however, there's that. What am I building and why? Well, The retaining wall that comes along this backside of the port is going to come up to about this level. And rather than try to figure out a way to make it gracefully taper off along with the hill here, I decided that I'm going to put a tower at the end so I can just have something to run the retaining wall into. And also have something to have the wall I'm going to build around the upper side of this dead end into over here as well. So this is just kind of a place for walls to end. More or less its entire purpose. However, going to be, that is not actually touching the stone. Interesting. I thought for sure it would be. Okay, well, we already know how to handle this problem. So that's the why I'm building it. The what I'm building is a tower. And currently, I am attempting to no wonder things aren't working right for that. Okay. Currently, I am attempting to put in reinforcements such that eventually I will hopefully be able to put a stone floor on top of the tower. So I can build a beacon fire up there. At least that is the intended idea. Okay. These ones are going to be easy because they're in the middle of that. Like so. However, it won't be that easy. I still have to figure out how I'm going to disguise this edge here. I'm probably going to try to bring it in a little bit more without quite sticking through. And something, who knows. I'll figure it out. This side here worked out really well. This side's going to be more of a bear. The top is going to be easy because I'm just going to build a platform off of it. And this side is where the retaining wall connects, this corner. So between the retaining wall and this corner, I'm just going to have a stone platform. And then from this corner to that corner is the only one I have to worry about disguising anything. Okay, fine. We have to do this from inside. Okay. So for some reason these iron reinforced wood pieces can support way more than stone can. I don't know why I bothered building that back in. This is all gotta go so I can get that down here. One more down probably. And while I have this torn open, I might as well try to fix this problem. Okay, can you please stop? Okay, how's that look from the inside? Not so good. Unless I might be able to fix it up. If I cut this back just a hair. That might be too far back and we might have just created the problem we were trying to solve. But the only way to tell is to go up top and look. Yeah. Okay, what happens if I... cut this down a little lower? The lower this is dug, the straighter the wall will be. Okay. That's not ideal. There we go. There we go. That's all showing blue now. That's all that matters. Alright, now let's go up top and see if we can fix the mess we made in a way that will lead to this looking nice. No, don't fall down in there. Okay. Is this gonna work? Ooh, that's so close. That is so close to being perfect. Okay. It means it's gonna work. I just have to dig it a little deeper. Okay. That's all the deeper that can go. Let's go back up top. Again. If this works, it's gonna... Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's gonna work. Okay. Yep, it worked. Hell yeah. Okay. Now, let's go down a couple floors and let's finish this. I want to say last, but I don't think it actually is the last one. Okay, that's blue, which means it's fully supported, which means it's touching, or close enough that the game thinks it's touching actual terrain, which is what we need. We need all of these to run down and root into a solid blue piece. Okay. Beautiful. You can tell it's not quite perfect along there. But, like, there is no way we're ever going to get better than that. It's literally impossible. Without making the tower's walls thicker. And that's going to ruin the whole look of the whole thing, so... I am okay with this. All of these stubs sticking up should run down to a blue supported one at some point. A couple of them run down to blue supported horizontal ones. This one, and that one. So they might not support as well as the rest of them. I don't know for sure. Okay, I need 5 more iron to finish this. Let's repair all the weather damaged pieces. I think getting a stone roof over top of it will prevent weather damage. If not, I'm going to be very sad. But also, I need to get some kind of overhanging roof out over top of this to protect it all. But that'll be easy enough to do once I have the retaining wall up. But anyway, let's go repair our hammer and sleep until morning. And we can finish the tower. All right. We need 5 iron, some wood, which we have, and more stone. There we go. That is the bones of the structure completed. We should have a door here. So I'm going to go ahead and build that. The previous door I did put a crossbar, a cross stop butt, to support the top of the door, but I don't think I actually need to do that. And we're out of stone. Okay. Let's go back. Let's grab 2 iron. We don't need it, I don't think, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Two iron. We'll leave behind that stack of wood. And then we'll fill the rest of our inventory with stone. Okay. Where did I put those crossbars on that? Was it that height? I think it was. Got misplaced. Now I got misplaced too. Really? Okay. Go ahead and put an arch in here. Lovely. This gets cut down more. Speaking of cutting down, get out of there. Yeah, let's lower the ground level a little bit here. Not too much, just a little bit. And then get with some floors. And that all gets cut off to this level and probably gets floored as well. Whereupon I realized I didn't quite want to place that way. Oh, that's going to be impossible to get back. Okay. There it is. Make sure I got it all. Alright, back up to the top we go. I actually don't want to place any floors here yet because I'm not sure where exactly the top of the retaining wall is, so I'm not sure if they're going to have to stick out over the retaining wall or if they're going to have to be inside the lip of the retaining wall or exactly how that's going to work out. I could go start placing the retaining wall and find out, but I'm not going to do that right now. We'll come back to that later. That is a future Milo problem. Hopefully a not very distant future Milo problem, but a future Milo problem. Also, in case anyone hasn't figured it out yet, this base is going to take actual weeks to build. Well, of weekends. I'm not going to be doing it every day of the week, but it's not like that little cabin we currently call a house. We're going to be here for a while. And we're out of stone again. Okay. Coming along quite nicely. Okay. 3.5. It's close enough. Let's repair the hammer while I'm here. Okay. Let's see if we can get up on top of the wall. A little easier build from up top. Alright. Does it look cooler if I had made a round tower? But building a round tower in this game is... well, it's a thing you can do, let's put it that way. Not very easily. Let's not put this course on quite yet. Because I need to figure out what I'm going to do for the roof. Easy isn't fun. Sometimes it is. Okay. So the next course is the last room course, and the next course above that is here. Ah, that's not what I wanted to do at all. Okay. So this course is the last room course. And the next course after that is the one that is going to be the floor of the top of the tower. So at that level, halfway up, we need to have probably horizontal poles. So I think I know how I'm going to do this. We need to go get a ton of iron and wood and come back here. Still morning, I think. Anyway, hello Stump Knocker. Welcome here. That should be enough to do what I'm going to try. These are like 2 wood, 1 iron. Yeah. we're basically going to build a web of support beams across this place. And then we're going to see if that can support stone horizontally. Okay. So, we need to be half a block above this. So, we place that at the halfway point. And then we take a standard 1 block tall, place it on top, and that gets us the center snap point we need to place that. And that's what we're going to have. So let's run around and put all the vertical part sections in. I wish there was a iron reinforced half beam. But alas, there is not. Okay. And we're out of iron. Let's go grab a bunch more iron. This is going to be a very expensive process. I'm definitely going to end up back in the swamp again to get more metal. I think I still have some iron on the ship. Please tell me I still have iron on the ship. I do not have iron on the ship. Okay. Well. That tower is going to take all the iron we brought. Not counting whatever we spread around in stone cutters and stuff. It might be a little over-supported in spots, I'm not sure. Okay. Grab these temporary bits here, because I need the wood from them to make the actual permanent pieces. Oh, come on. There we go. Don't fall. It would be a very long, uncomfortable trip to the bottom. Maybe not if you fell right there, but we fell almost any other spot. Also, that corner doesn't need it because the corners aren't going to get... acorns aren't be tied into the system. They're just there to support the stone around them. Okay. You were the last one to need placing still. Yeah, we're going to have to bring another boatload of iron out here, and I don't really have much iron to load on a boat. How much do I have? I have 7 left. Maybe we'll have enough to do this. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Okay, maybe. Maybe. Let's go sleep now, though. Okay. I kind of wish I had brought another stack or 2 of iron when I set sail this morning. Or not morning, but when I started streams earlier today. But I only have 35 iron left here at base, and it felt... $120 was plenty, right? Yeah, well, 120 iron wasn't actually plenty. Enough for 1 tower, maybe. But not plenty. Okay. Bringing some stone as well, so we can experiment with that and see if this plan is actually even going to work. Because this is pretty far to support. Okay. Yeah, I'm an iron short of it. We definitely do not need these 2 iron pieces right here. Gimme. And I'm gonna go downstairs and grab the 2 similar ones that are down there as well. Okay. We have 4 iron, so that is exactly what we should have got from there. Okay. Well, get removed. That's not how that's going to go on there. That goes there. Now, that hurt a lot. It looks like this plan might work. Okay. It's not very green in the middle or anything, but it's not red either. I think it's going to work. Okay. Well, let's go ditch our stuff and grab more stone, and we can continue working on this project. I think we're going to put at least one bonfire on the roof of that. Maybe several. The good news is we don't immediately have to sail back to get more iron. Because we have enough to just barely put a web across the top of that. Not the kind of web I wanted. I wanted to put a much more robust pattern across the top of that, but the relatively spidery one we have is apparently going to be enough. I might have been able to put less vertical supports on this tower as well, but if we look over here in the front corner, that's not really quite green anymore. We could still do several more floors on top of this probably. And as long as we used wood for the roof, we could probably go pretty high. But if we used wood for the roof, we wouldn't be able to put a fire on top, so. Where's the fun in that? If this was a completely freestanding tower instead of one that's attached to a cliff, then the whole tower would be yellowish orange like this with this much support. And I probably would have had to have used more support to get it to go taller. And we're out of stone. Alright, let's go get more stone. Also, I don't know what I'm going to do for stairs up here. I'm probably not going to put nearly as nice of stairs up. I might just like leave a little hole in the corner or something and put up a little zigzag of the narrow, crappy stairs. We'll see. I'm worried that the nice stairs will cut through where supports have to go. We'll see. I should start thinking about it now, though, before I get the whole thing covered, because if I... Like, we can't put the stairs on that side of the room where they would naturally go, for obvious reasons. Because that's where the door is, and that's where the door has to go. We could remove all the other stairs and shuffle them around, so that would work out, but it still wouldn't work because the door has to go here and the door on the lower level has to go here. And so we can't just use... There's no opposed sides of the tower that can be used for stairs. It's just not going to work. Kind of red. Don't like that. It's not crumbling though. And that is ultimately all that matters. Got a little bit of orangey red right there. It's definitely not happy about the situation, but yeah. Now, I should go get that core wood, and we should run some core wood beams across here purely for looks. Because currently it looks like it's just hanging there unsupported, because the actual supports are inside the roof. So we should go provide it some visual supports. So let's grab that core wood. Let's go place it. Let's also grab some normal wood, what we have of it. I'll have to go back and get more wood soon. But I want to at least experiment with placing some stairs. Actually, definitely not putting them there. And that's not really going to work either. Okay, we can't use the shallow stairs because they're just not gonna... And we can't leave that open. No matter which way we go, we end up with beams sticking out. Unless... So we could do like that. Actually, how does it work when you have two clipped together? Actually, that's almost better than... Wait a second. Could I make an improved steep stair by just doing some really disgusting clipping? Not really. Okay. It looks nicer. But the top and bottom can't really be fixed up. Okay. You can use the 26-degree X to clip it in nicely. Oh, my hammer broke. Damn it. Okay, I'll have to experiment with that. So I'm going to figure it out. Stop missing. Looks like it's getting later as well, so we better take a nap after we repair our hammer. And we'll grab some more wood and bring it out with us. The actual thing I went out there to do, namely putting okay, there we go. The actual thing I went out there to do, namely putting in decorative beams across the roof, is slightly on hold while I tweak this. Because I want working stairs. I kind of wish they just had a decent steep stair piece. Really, they need more stair pieces in general. Like half-width stairs that are not steep would be a good start. Okay, 26-degree X, you said. Oh, okay, I think I see how this might work. Let me see. Because basically... Wait, no. I need this to go up to right there, so yeah. Actually, I think I can do this with... Since I have the extra snapping points, I think I can do it like this. Okay, now... No, not quite. That gets us... Yeah, no, it's not gonna work. I won't be able to double up the steps no matter what I do, not fix the top one. Because the only... Okay, exactly how much off do I need to be? I need to be forward a quarter block and down a quarter. Okay, but as we put it, that's gonna be too low. So it really does need to be a quarter block, which I think is what this can get me. Maybe. It gets me down half a block. Oh wait, core wood. No, core wood gets you half a block. Are you... Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how you'd use that to do that. Do what I'm trying to do. Here, let's move this down so I can see it better, first of all. Boom. Now, what I want to do is get that in right like that. Which means I need to be a quarter block up and a quarter block over. And to get a quarter block, I was able to use the wooden door to get a quarter block earlier. Together with... Okay, so that gets me a quarter block over, but I'm not sure how to get a quarter block up. I can get a half block by using the wooden door or core wood pieces. Unless I can get a quarter block with a core wood as well. No, because it doesn't have an extra... The core wood doesn't have the extra snap point in the middle. I do have a mod that gives me extra snap points, which is why I'm got some techniques that are maybe a little weird, like using this to get a half block and stuff like that. But I know usually the way people get a half block is with either core wood or with the door. That gets me a quarter block over, but a quarter block up. I think I've done this before, but I can't remember what I did. Oh. No. No, it's not going to get me anything useful. Half block's easy. Okay, this... Where exactly are the snap points on the 45 degree? I could snap that on like that. And I could snap it to the middle, sure, okay. But there's no halfway up the arm snap point. Which is what I would really need. Well, not, actually even halfway up the arm wouldn't be correct either. Well, yeah, it would actually. Wait a second. Wait a second. Damn it. No, that's what I had before. It needs to be just a little bit. That is where... yeah, no, it needs to be just a little bit more. That's half block up. What am I thinking? No, wait. That's a quarter block up. Oh, wait, there we go. And then I can use the door. This is really dumb. I can snap the door there. And that'll get me. Okay, is that quarter block? I think so. Now we're at half block again. Wait, why did I think that was a quarter block? That's half block right there. This is quarter block over. It was quarter block over. This is a full block. Nope, that was a half block actually. What am I doing? I'm just trying every random ass piece I can think of to try to get it in place. I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. There is a snap point at the midpoint of the beam. But I think it only gets me to half block height. Yeah. So if I do that, yeah, it's exactly half block. Which I can get half block very easily other ways. So that's not helpful at all. There's nothing else that has a weird snap point that the mod added or anything, is there? I don't think so. Okay, the door's got weird snap points side to side, but it doesn't any other way. And quarter block side to side isn't enough to matter. I wish you could rotate things on other axes than just the main one. The wood shutter doesn't have any weird snaps, does it? No. Well, that was too much to hope for. Wait. No, that's going to be the same exact thing as the... Yeah, because this I can get a half block using these. I've done that before. Before I had the snap mod. Well, I don't think that's going to work, so we'll just ditch that plan. it wasn't terribly important plan anyway. It was just a vague hope that I could maybe do something weird. However, now we're running into another issue where I need half a stair without having the other half sticking through the floor or sticking up into the middle of everywhere. So like I can clip them together like that. They look nice enough, I suppose. Oh, I see what the problem is. That's why that looked weird. Yeah, okay. There's no... I can clip these together exactly the way I want to, but I have the insurmountable issue that the top and the bottom will look wonky, no matter what I do. So we're going to clip those in. We get nice, dense, packed looking stairs, but the bottom doesn't have that. There's nothing I can do about it. Actually, there is something I can do about it. Maybe. Damn it, stop deleting the walls. Okay. I can build my own damn stairs. Oh, that's another way to get a quarter block. Interesting. No, wait, that's half block. Okay. What am I thinking? Place that there. Boom. Okay. I think we can do stairs using these. Whether or not they'll be very functional stairs is a different story. Okay. Do I want to line up like that? Yes, I do, I think. Is that correct? Looks like it. Okay. Is that the right placement? Oh, these don't have collision. Of course they don't. Why would they have collision? Well, we can use the floor pieces instead. They're full block width instead of half block width, but I can make it work. We'll have to jump up them because we can't run up them. We can run down them though. Alternatively, maybe I can do something. Maybe with this pattern on the wall, we can do something with these. I don't know why I'm bothering. I already figured out what was wrong and what I needed to do to fix it. It wasn't workable. Can do that. I don't think that's gonna make... I gotta go repair my stupid hammer. I don't think there is a good solution to the stairs in there. I kind of wish there was an actual ladder piece. This game is seriously lacking in certain building pieces. It's got one of the best building systems of any survival game. I would say that a loft is arguably better. And honestly, the only reason a loft's building system is arguably better is because they have little white dots on the building parts that show you where the snap points are, and you can easily and quickly cycle through them manually without having to just spam the button a million times until you think you have the right one. We can easily build stairs that require you to jump to get up, but I don't want to do that. Alright, well, we're just going to have to use the base stairs, and I'm going to have to figure out a way to get the issue of there being a half block extra. Because since I can't get a quarter block vertically, oh, come on. So this is more or less what we need here. But we have the little problem of it sticking through the floor one tile. Actually, I wonder I could change the design of the tower very slightly to account for this issue. By taking this and snapping it there. Okay, this is going to get us enough clearance to get up here, right? Yep. And then we can do this. Make the tower 1 block taller. It'll take a ton of stone, but we can do it. I'm going to want to move this away from the wall 1 tile, though, if I do that. Because it's going to have to be notched out around it. And I don't want it to be visible from the outside. So I can do it like this. Put a little landing there. And do that. Oh wait, that's still gonna have the problem of being notched out. Okay, we just gotta move 1 tile away from the wall. Which is not that big of a deal, we can do that. Okay. Good enough for who it's for. Now we need more stone. I don't need any more of this wood. I do need the core wood. While we're here, let's go ahead and place these decorative ceiling beams. Okay, those can't go there. They conflict too much. Also, oops. Also, if I bump these out, like that. That'll work. Okay, what's that look like from the outside? Do they stick out? Barely. Okay, that's actually fine. But I kind of needed to run the other way, so that they don't conflict with the staircase here. I can run one set like this. Wait. There we go. Oh wait, I can't run there because it blocks the stairs. That's going to stick out way too far on the outside. So we might want to use... like little nubs sticking out is okay. Big old pieces like that sticking out, not okay. Actually, well... what if I was to hang banners off those? Just like attach banners onto them. Can I get to a position where I can actually see what that would look like? Not easily. I'll have to build scaffolding up there. Nah, I don't think I'm going to do that. Because if I want to hang banners on the outside of the castle, I will just make a thing to hang banners from. Okay, this is inboard. Of where the other ones are. Well, at least it gives us something that looks kind of vaguely like it might actually support weight. Okay. And what's that look like? It looks okay. I really wish I could run another one across the middle here, but I can't with the stairs there. It just won't work. Yeah. These are decorative anyway. Okay, so we'll go get a bunch more stone and we will finish this last upper floor. And then... putting railings on these narrow ones is a nightmare, as we learned when we messed around with that earlier. So... let's see. And I guess we'll just... no, don't sit down. Guess we'll just stick a bonfire on top of it. Surtling core, fine wood, ancient bark. Okay, we can get all that stuff easily enough. We'll have to go back to the base to get it, but that's no problem. Yeah, we'll put all the wood away for now. We'll finish the stone, then we'll come back and put the bonfire on top. I haven't really decided if I want to try to put something that looks like crenellations or something on top there, but I don't really have an easy way to do that. Okay. Now we better repair the hammer. Really, it's the major downfall of pretty much every building game of this sort. You know, survival game with a decent building system. is that they never have enough building pieces. It's the biggest problem with Raft. It's the biggest problem with Valheim, obviously. It's the biggest problem with Aloft. They just never give you enough pieces. And usually it's just random, weird, obvious ones that are missing. Like they'll have a piece. They'll have a half piece. And then they'll be missing... Oh, hammer. Damn it, I forgot to repair the hammer. So they can sell it to you later? Well, a lot of them never even add DLC with building pieces. So clearly that's not it. Now that'd be why pieces are missing in Space Engineers, for example. If a building piece is missing in Space Engineers, it's so they can sell it to you. Guaranteed. And if they haven't sold it to you yet, it's because they're not smart enough to think of that piece so that they can sell it to you. Okay. Repair hammer. Like, okay, a loft, one thing that makes a loft great is that they have almost every conceivable piece you can imagine for making a roof. Which right there is a massive leg up over a lot of games. Valheim, you have most of the pieces you need, but you don't have like half and quarter roof pieces. Certainly not of the corners. Whereas a loft does. They've got all those parts. Do you really need them? Not really. Are they really cool when you have them? Hell yeah, they are. Make whatever kind of random insanity you want. Can I fit under that? Yes, I can. Okay, that's nice. Covers a little bit more area. That hole's going to get rained through, and I'm not going to put a roof over this. I'm hoping the stone will protect everything underneath. I think it will. I am one stone short. Okay, well, we're not going back for one stone. I'm sure there's a rock laying around on the ground here somewhere. Okay, failing that. I need to mine this down anyway. Give me a stone. There we go. Oh, while I'm out here thinking of it. Let's remove that. It's no longer needed or useful. Alright. Bonfire. That's going to go right there, I think. We just have to go get the materials. 5 of every kind of wood and a surtling core. But anyway, so that's one place where a loft really shines, is it's got every single piece of roof that you need. Inside corners, outside corners, halves, quarters. But then they've got their fair share of random bits that are missing. They've actually done a really good job of trying to cover everything in that game. Okay. 5 bark. 5 core wood. We can get normal wood back at a Surtling core. I need to go to the swamp and get more Surtling cores soon. Oh, fine wood. I almost forgot fine wood somehow. I need normal wood. Now then. Right there. Doesn't really look cool enough. The top of this tower needs more decoration. Yeah, it needs more decoration. I wonder if I should make like a sort of a pyramid shape to it and have that on top, or if I should put like railings with some kind of fancy decorations in each corner or something. What kind of options do I have for decorations? We have banners, of course, in all kinds of different styles. Okay, yeah, there's nothing here except banners, really. We do have the raven and the wolf, raven, and dragon ornaments. Ooh, the wolf ornament. Could look pretty darn cool if you put like a post in each corner. Let's see. Need to be like a quarter block over to get it dead center. Which is a good thing, we can get a quarter block. Boom. Boom. That would be dead center on the side. And then we can put like wolf heads or something on it. Or a wolf head. I'd really rather it was facing this way though. In which case we need to shift a little differently. But we can do it. That's the important part, keep in mind. So let's come back with a bit of stone and let's work on getting something fancy looking in the corners. Also, let's grab some fine wood from the base. I don't think I have enough tar currently. Okay, how much tar do I have? Is the real question. I think I only have like 1 or 2. I have 2 tar. Okay, that's not enough to do anything interesting with. Now I have 11 fine wood as well, which means I really need to go harvest the fine wood grove. That would get me exactly 1 wood dragon. Or we could build 1 wood raven. So raven's pretty cool. No. Let's put the fine wood back. We don't have enough to do all 4 corners, so we're not going to do anything there. Let's do purely stone decorations. And yeah, I should build up the center a little bit more and make that higher above the ground. We'll leave it there for now, though. All right. To center. That is relatively easy. Do I have anything I can put on top of that, really? That would look cool. There are these statues. All of them are kind of boring, though. And ugly. And a bit too mossy to fit in on this tower. So those won't really work. What I really want to put on here is the wolf. I think he'll look cool as heck out on the sides of this. But for that I need to get a bunch more fine wood and tar. Which is not that hard to do. We're going to have to cut a bunch of those trees down anyway. So I can snap a wolf on the middle of each side. 2 in each corner, facing outward. But I have to go get tar for that. Which I can do. For now, let's just go ahead and put these posts in the corners. And then we will raise this up a few blocks. No. I could. Do this. Makes it a little more visually interesting. That's not quite right. It needs to be half a block closer in. It needs to be centered right over top of that, which I can do with the aid of this. I think. That's wrong. Okay. That's not quite right, I don't think. Okay, you're in the wrong spot. This is dead center. Here. Let's get these placed again so I know where they go. That goes right there. All their corners touch in the center. Okay. Now. Is that a quarter block shifted? I think I shifted a quarter block. Because of course it is. But if I attach this to the edge of that, and then remove this, then I can take this piece and attach it, and it'll be in exactly the right spot to go on the bottom of that. And then we'll have to do that several more times to get what we actually want. Or I can do it the easy way that I just remembered I could do by clipping okay. Now here's where I really wish I could flip these upside down, because I'd like to have them on the floor there as well, but alas, the game does not allow that. Rotating in more than one axis is apparently too hard for the programmer to figure out how to do. It is a very difficult task after all. Is this going to look cool from the ground? Well, there's really only one way to find out. It is not quite centered. It is very close to centered. Damn it. Okay. Let's get a little more height. Did I overhang it off the other side even worse? Of course I did. Why wouldn't I? Ooh. That's perfect. I think. Yeah, that looks cool. It'll look even cooler with wolf heads or some other stuff on it. Maybe banners hanging off the corners instead. I don't know, something. Yeah, this looks cool. I approve. course, had to fall in the water. Thankfully, right next to where we can get out. Alright. Also, I just noticed that it is 10:40. So, I believe we should probably wrap it up. I do want to go head back out there. Look around a little bit first. It's day 300. Okay, you keep your nasty locks asses over there. I don't want to deal with you right now. So the next thing that needs to be done here is we need to finish the retaining wall. And then as the retaining wall gets to height, we need to cut this down to the top of it, where the top of it is going to be determined by this floor level. And then over there, the low section, something is going to get built over there. Probably the main body of the main base, but we'll build a large construct of some sort over there. And then something's getting built on top of that rock spire. It's going to have a portal between it and the ground somewhere. Simply because they're getting up to the top of that, it's going to be too annoying otherwise. But there will be some sort of spiral staircase. I think I might use the folding stairs, because they're basically the same as the normal stairs, but a little more weathered looking. I might use those on the outside of the rock. Oh, they require tar. I don't know then. I might have to go get tar. But we have these folding building pieces that I can use to spruce up the outside of that a little bit. Unfortunately, there's no horizontal folding pole. So maybe we won't use these pieces. But anyway, we'll build something up there. Probably the main living quarters will go up there, built on stilts or something. That'll be the idea anyway. And then obviously something has to be done so we don't have just these gigantic blank rock walls sticking into the air. So I'll probably like leave little insets with decorative stonework of some sort in them, periodically going up the walls. And I have to do something to hide those workbenches down there. So I'll probably have to dig a little notch into the wall here and disguise that somehow. Same as we're going to have to do over there. Needless to say, we've got a good bit of work ahead of us yet. And that's just to get the... Oh. There's a hole that somebody missed. Okay. Let's go ahead and fill that in. Anyway. That rock might end up going. I think it's going to get in the way. We'll see, though. I'm probably going to fill in some land around this to bring this up a little higher, maybe like up to this height, so there isn't a dip down into the base. Just bring this out nice and flat, flush with the retaining wall. We'll see. I kind of want to put a portal like here in the corner that zoops you up to the top of the retaining wall. Instead of putting stairs here. So you can get off the ship, come over here, and zip, pop up top of the retaining wall. Maybe the same thing over there. I'm going to try... I need to try internal portals. And if they work the way I hope they will, then we're going to have internal portals going all over the place in this base to make it more usable. Because sprawling bases are never terribly usable, and that's a bit of an issue. If I had another Surtling core, I'd test it right now, but I only have 3, I need 4. Anyway. That will be for next weekend. Yeah. Tomorrow is Monday, sadly. Although that does mean some crab champions. There was another patch like a day or two ago that tweaked some things. I didn't see anything incredibly important. Although Ring of Luck no longer affects critical chance, I guess that's fairly important. But anyway. Tuesday and Wednesday will probably end up being Sweet Transit. Continue working on our giant city in there. Trying to actually make it into a giant city. Thursday will be more XCOM, Enemy Within. And then Friday shall be EDF. And we will definitely have more Valheim for Saturday and Sunday. It's going to take multiple weekends probably to finish this base. And that'll be before we go venturing into the Mistlands and discover new things to put in it. Because I do want to go into the Mistlands. Which of course I guess means we'll have to kill the Plains boss. I've never actually killed him before. But anyway, that was the final boss that was available back when I played Valheim last. I just never get around to killing him. Anyway. Let's see. Is anyone in the old follow list doing anything tonight? Actually, it looks like Noms is playing Escape from Tarkov. Okay. What's he doing up this time of night? We should probably quick raid him before he has a chance to escape. Yeah, let's raid Noms. Noms is the guy who used to run the Foxhole regiment I was in back when I used to play Foxhole. I don't think he plays Foxhole anymore, and neither do I. But anyway, let's go see what sort of shenaniganry he's up to. And I will see you all later. Good night. And goodbye.